to. I'm not going to leave my light on for very long. Just because I like these spooky openings. I think they've got charm. But now I've got to figure out where the hell my vapes went to. Yep, definitely not in there. Okay. I don't know whether my voice is going to work to sing today. We'll do our best. Smoking real weed the last 2 nights has left me dreaming. Either not getting high enough. This weed comes with dreams. I'm missing one of my vapes. I might have thought it would be pretty easy to find because it's slept with me in my blanket and in my pocket. I'm gonna have to look for it later. Good morning, Rachie. Just give me a little minute here to get set up. I went live as soon as I woke up. So we can worship chaos together. What do you think? Let's say good morning to the day together. I slept so well last night. I slept so well. I had a dream. I don't remember that dream, but I know I woke up from the dream and I couldn't find my phone. And I wanted to find my phone because I woke up yelling, "The Latinos are coming!" And then I started laughing. That's what happened. I woke up yelling that, like not at a yell, but I definitely woke up saying that at louder than a normal talking voice. I woke up, "The Latinos are coming!" Yeah, it was evidently a good dream. It was funny enough that I woke up saying something hilarious. And I went looking for my phone because when I woke up, I could remember the dream well enough that I was gonna text it to somebody. And I couldn't find my phone. On that same token, I can't find one of my vapes. I can't find the less expensive of the two, but I would still like to find it. I'm probably just sitting on it. So my voice is shot. It's going to be a couple of days. Good morning, Vito. Yes, sir. The early bird gets, I don't know, to eat. And I know you guys can hear it. My voice is shot. These new vates wear me out. So I'm gonna have to choose. La 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 la. Yeah, my upper register is still shut. Still burning up. Fuck me. Fell out of my pocket. But it did not seem to fall out in a place that makes sense, like the others did. Yes, mattress, I hear you. I know you need to be filled up a little bit. I know you stretched out in the heat yesterday, and then it got cold, and so the air compressed, and now you're a little bit empty. I know. Deal with that tomorrow. Bitch, I was really hoping I could find that bait just sitting here. Okay, well, now that I'm a little stoned, who wants to see my wiener? Anyway. Cold is a negative. I'm comfortable, and I'll be more comfortable once I get going. Yeah. It's just like it's the best day ever. He's hanging dick too. I'm not gonna pretend like my voice isn't shot. I've said it a whole bunch of times. My voice is fucked. I seem to recognize your face, haunting familiar, yeah. I can't seem to place it. Cannot find a candle of thought to light your name. Yeah, if times are catching up with me. All these changes taking place. I wish I'd seen the place, but no one's ever taken me. Hearts and thoughts, they fade away. Hearts and thoughts, they fade away. I swear I recognize your breath. Memories like fingerprints are slowly raising me. You wouldn't recall, for I'm not my former as hard when you're stuck upon the shelf. I change by not changing at all. Small town predicts my fate. Perhaps that's what no one wants to see. But I just wanna scream, hello. My God, it's been so long, never dreamed you'd return. But now here you are, and here I am. Hearts and thoughts, they fade away. 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 Ugh. Longer, restless, breakfast table in an otherwise empty room. A young girl, violence, the center of her own attention. Father reads aloud, child tries to understand it, tries to make her proud. Says go down in center and sighted room. Can't deny something's wrong. Don't call me daughter. It's not fair to the picture. It will remind me. Don't call me daughter. It's not fair to the picture. It will remind me. Don't call me. She holds the hand that holds her down. She will rise above. Oh, gee, I just wanted to let you know that I don't care. Up there to the picture, it will remind me. Don't call me daughter, not fair to me. The picture, it will remind me. Don't call me daughter, not fair to me. The picture, it will remind me. Don't call me daughter, not fair to me. The picture, it will remind me. Don't call me. I wish that she holds the hand that holds her down. She will rise above. We're here. That doesn't change whether I do or do not care, OG. My voice is shot, but that doesn't mean that I'm not warming it up for the day. Ugh. I like to imagine how people would have reacted in Jesus' lifetime immediately after to the platitude that Jesus loves you. I wonder what it's like to make the rain, or to be the rainmaker. I wonder what it's like to know that I can make the rain. So that in boxes with little yellow tags on every one. The you can see them when I'm done. When I'm done. I wish you guys could have seen the thunderstorm that was right above me last night. I wonder what it's like to be a superhero. I wonder what it's like if I could fly around downtown. Lightning striking all around me, but me in my tent perfectly safe. From some other planet, I'll get this funky high on a yellow sun. Boy, I bet my friends would all be stunned. They're stunned. Yeah, say up. What did you want to learn about here? Like if someone else did this all fall apart. Strange the way you started this game. I wish the real world would just stop hassling me. Yeah, me. Yeah, me. And me. Well, I wonder what it's like to be the head honcho. I wonder what I would do if they just did just what I said. If they all did just what I said. Well, I'd shout out an order. I think we're out of this, man. Get me some. Boy, and don't make me want to change my tone. My tone. Yeah, straight up, what did you hope to learn about here? If I was someone else, would this all fall apart? The streets where you just started this game. This the real world would just stop hassling me. Days don't change, eyes don't break. The only thing that seem to work it all is please don't break. No, for me and you to me, yeah. That's not what the bass sounds like. Straight up, what did you hope to learn about here? If I was someone else, would this all fuss fall apart? Strange where you was the start of this game. I hope the real world will just stop hassling me. I wish the real world would just stop hassling me. I wish the real world would just stop hassling me and you with me. I wish the real world would just stop hassling me. I just swear to God that means it's... Where could you be, you motherfucker? I'm not wearing clothes for you to have fallen into. Fuck. There's nowhere for you to be in here. I feel like a child looking for his binky because I am. Na 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 na. And a Simpsons Rover. Hey na na. Oh yeah. I don't know the words. Hey na na. Then a says spoken. Hey na na. Spoken. Yeah. Ooh, dingus gonna fall out. Confidence is broken. Bitch. It's $40. I need to find that. La na na na. Hey na na. Yeah. Yes, unclear. My own part. Say of the apple so young. I've fallen back to start. I like that line. I've eaten of the apple so young. Tomorrow. Hey, na na. Yeah, it's called Rotten Apple. Yeah, suspend your sorrow. Hey, na na. The fuck is 60% talking about? I have clearly not been looking at the camera for like 5 minutes, and he's just over and over and over and over, having a one-way phone conversation by himself. Y'all don't think I'm scrolling up to read that garbage, do you? Like, y'all don't even read fucking road signs. Do you really think I'm gonna give you the fucking respect of reading that garbage when you won't bother yourself to listen to my response? Come on. Like, Daniel thinks I'm gonna read that. Narcissism is the assumption that people like you as much as you do. Well, she's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories where everything was as fresh as a bright blue sky. Now and then when I see your face, it takes me away to that special place. And if I stay too long, I'd probably break down and cry. Whoa, whoa, sweet child of mine. Whoa, sweet love of mine. I wish you weren't, me fivesome. He's got eyes of the bluest skies, as if they'd thought of rain. I'd hate to look into those eyes and see an ounce of pain. Her hair reminds me of a warm, safe place where as a child I'd hide and pray for the thunder and the rain to quietly pass me by. Whoa, 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 sweet child of mine. Oh, 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 sweet love of mine. Whoa, yeah, oh, 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 sweet Lord of mine. Oh, 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 sweet love of mine. Oh, 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 sweet child of mine. Ooh, yeah, ooh, sweet love of mine. Yeah. I'm even worse at whistling right now. I haven't whistled in forever. Yeah, I'm worse at whistling. Where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go? Oh, where do we go now? Where do we go? Sweet child, where do we go now? Thank you for sharing, Mike. Hi, 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 where do we go now? Where do we go? Oh, where do we go now? Oh, where do we go? Where do we go now? Oh, where do we go? Oh, where do we go now? Oh, no, 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 no. Sweet child, sweet child of mine. You're watching a tired man who no longer cares, guys, warrior. Sheets of empty canvas, untouched sheets of clay. Will they spread out before me as her body once did? Good morning, Misty. Will all five horizons revolved around the sun as the earth to the sun? And now the air I tasted and breathed has taken a turn. And all I taught her was everything. I know she gave me all that she was. And now my better ends chafe beneath the clouds of what was everything. Oh, the pictures have all been washed in black, tattooed everything. I take a walk outside. I'm surrounded by some kids that play. I can feel their laughter. So why do I sit? Oh, and twisted thoughts that span around my head. I'm spinning, I'm spinning. How quick the song can drive away. Now my bitter hands cradle broken glass of what was everything. Oh, the pictures have all been washed in black, tattooed everything. Oh, the love gone bad turned my world to black, tattooed all I see, all that I am, all I'll be. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I know someday you'll have a beautiful life. I know you'll be a star in somebody else's sky. But why can it be? Oh, can it be mine? Ooh. Oh yeah. Ah. to walk with me around the lake tonight, around the lake tonight, by my side. Do you wanna die? I should have my voice back tomorrow. It shouldn't go for a long time. I'm glad to hear that, Misty. I woke up a little bit earlier so I could catch the beginning of the show, too. You'll find me here when I'm gone, where I made my surrender. You'll find me here when I'm gone, when I made my surrender. From the flame I'll take my aim. I don't have the upper middle of my range. Shaded window. Say I don't have it. Cut out the painful view. Cut over us. Hide for me. Settle the tear. Say no more until you tell me when. Silent steps are echoing again. Ah, ah, ah. You'll find me here when I'm gone, when I made my surrender. From the flame I'll take my aim. Find me here when I'm gone, when I made my surrender. From the flame I'll take my aim. Boop, 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 boop. Struggling to endure, I can see more than I have settled for. Searching to be found when you're not around. No rest, no support. This has been my last resort. Hoping I am blind, leaving you behind. Ah, ah, ah. You'll find me here when I'm gone, when I made my surrender. From the flame I'll take my aim. Find me here when I'm gone, where I made my surrender. From the flame I'll take my aim. Find me here when I'm gone, where I'll make my surrender. From the flame I'll take my aim. I'll get some of it. I don't think I have this either, even with the distortion. Can you see wicked child. Can you see what I want? I wanna run through your wicked garden, 'cause that's a place to find you. I want that life so alive now. I know the darkness burns you. Can you see without light? Can you seek without lies? I wanna run through your naked fountain, 'cause that's a burn your sorrow. And that's a burn you alive now, and that's the chains that burn you. Can you see just like a child? Can you see just what I want? Can I bring you back to life? Are you still? I don't have it. A lie. Yeah, 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 yeah. Burn, burn, burn. Burn your wicked garden down. Burn, burn, burn. Burn your wicked garden to the ground, yeah. Can you feel the pain inside? Can you love? Can you cry? I wanna drown through your wicked garden, 'cause that's a place to find you. I'm alive, so alive now, when the darkness burns you. Can you see just like a child? Can you see just what I want? Can I bring you back to life? Are you still alive? One more time. Fuck him. Burn, burn, burn. Don't have it. It's from burning all that wicked garden. My left lung is like, take me out. It's too much, coach. I can't handle it. Come on now. It says it's full. Okay. I do not got a hot beverage this morning. I kept the movie rolling, but the story's getting old now. Oh yeah! I'd have to do this up in black metal. I took it in the mirror, and things are looking so good. Look in California, but feeling Minnesota. Oh yeah. So now you know who gets mystified. Show me the power, child. I'd like to say that I'm down on my knees today. I've got that. I could be in a black metal band right now. Gives me away that I'm up on my feet again. Heard that, Sarah. I'm feeling outshined. Oh, yeah. For sure, Sarah. The grass is always greener where the dogs are shedding. Oh, yeah. I feel a little sober, even though I'm drinking. I can't get any lower, but still I feel like I'm sinking. Oh, yeah. So now you know who gets mystified. So now you know who gets mystified. Show me the power shot. I like to say that I'm out on my knees today. Gives me the butterflies, gives me away that I'm up on my feet again. I'm feeling outshined, 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 outshined. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Right, because I have so much diversity and technique, Misty. Oh! Wow! Who gets mystified? Show me the power, child. I'd like to say that I'm down on my knees today. Gives me the butterflies, gives me away till I'm up on my feet again. I'd like to say that I'm down on my knees today. They say it gives me the butterflies, gives me away till I'm up on my feet again. I'm feeling outshined. Sometimes I feel the fear of uncertainty taking the wheel and something steer. I don't know that song. All right, well that might be the end of that. Especially if it's trying to feed me Nirvana for some reason. She calls me from the cold. Oh. There's no that label. I don't want to listen to this. All right, that section of the day is done. I don't feel like listening to that anymore. Rach, Old woman behind the cash register in Michigan doesn't work for a radio station. In a break at the Bend. Not for longer than about 50 minutes. Never ever be again. I am found. All that shivers in this world is sure to fade away again. Hey James, does every channel only do one thing? If you catch it, if you just show up for any 2 minutes of any channel, whether terrestrial or internet, web-based, are they only doing one thing ever? She said that love is for fools who fall behind. Hello, Bard. You'll never know a killer from a savior till I break at the bend. Well, here and now, but will we ever be again? Because I have found all that shimmers in this world is sure to fade away again. I've noticed about James that they aren't very good thinkers, and I think it's James's, if you prefer. I've noticed about James's that they're just not very good thinkers, and I think it's because their name comes from a king, and I think they get to, I think they think that they get to inherit that kingliness, so they don't have to think very hard. You should start calling your James friends, start calling him Jake and see what happens. Oh, too far away from me to hold is too far away. Oh, it's too far away for me to hold. James and Jacob are the same name. For some reason, the English name James was co-opted to replace Jacob, so Jake is technically a short version of James. I guess you already knew that. Brr. It got warmer and then it got colder, probably because I'm not singing anymore. Blah. I found my place. It's all right. We're all searching for a better way, but it's not my plate. It's all right. I got my own way to be late. Good morning, RPP. Okay. I'm not really doing anything right now. I'm trying to warm back up, and my voice is fucking shot. And I don't know the songs on this radio station. So I'm just kind of sitting here right now. And then I had somebody antagonizing me that I gave the time of day, and they were already gone. I genuinely think, like, I genuinely wonder sometimes whether they think that I can see who's in the chat. Like, it doesn't say dickhead has entered the chat like it does in TikTok. Hello, Rick. Ugh. I hope you enjoy your run too, RPP. Fine, Rick. How are you? How much is it worth to you, Austin? I think he says the money is mine and yours won't take its place. I don't know what that means. What's your story is just what drunks ask one another when they meet at the bar, Misty. But yes, having a story to tell. Goodbye, Rick. Having a story to tell used to mean something. I remember I was dating a girl and I met her older brother once. And he goes, "So what's your story?" And I said, "I don't know. How much time have you got?" And he goes, "Not that long." And I said, "Then why'd you ask that question?" And he goes, "Good question." Well, I was born on July 1st, 1987. We doing this? No. You're not going to sit there and listen to hours. It's how you get a drunk to entertain you for hours. The help that I need right now is having you escorted out of my presence, Ryan. Everyone has a story, Sarah. The sad thing is that very few people have thought about it. The sadder thing is that most people believe they don't have a story. Everybody has a story. It's the degree to which they can tell it that differs among us. That's why some of us get paid to tell stories, and other people get stories handed to them to tell. What's it worth to you, Matto? For sure, Sarah. Few people are observant enough. It's like, maybe my story does suck. Maybe that's why I don't want to tell it. Maybe it's just not a good one. Maybe it's just not tonally and thematically appropriate to the moment. And you just don't get it. You keep it copacetic and you learn to accept it. You know you're so pathetic and you just don't get it. And you learn to accept it. You know you're so pathetic. Just don't get it. You keep it copacetic and you learn to accept it. You know you're so pathetic. And he's doing it more like this. Keep it copacetic and you're not to accept it. You know you're so pathetic and you don't. then you don't. Stories never change. Stories never change. The hero is still the hero. The epic is still an epic. The sexual athlete is still a sexual athlete. The devouring mother is still a devouring mother. The wilting flower is still the wilting flower. The damsel in distress is still the damsel in distress. And the badass is still the badass. Stories never change. You can change the details, but the story is always the same. Every time you read Paradise Lost, it will be Paradise Lost. Every time. The story will never change. That's why we speak of stories in the first present, or the present tense. The first tense, the present tense. I believe people can change. Do I believe you are going to in a material way? Probably not. I don't know how one masters a go. Thank you for sharing, Farty. Follow me to this hallowed ground. Lost is where I am. Don't throw away your basic needs. Something about on some vanity. Hungry on some vanity, maybe? Your story is what you make of it, he says. Don't scream aloud. Sound your head and baby, just spit me. What about my Bible, Rossette? What about my Bible? Let's do some oracle. From Jeremiah. Ooh, I picked up right on a prophet. Chapter 14. Famine, sword, and pestilence. The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the drought. Judah mourns, and her gates languish. Her people lament on the ground, and the cry of Yerushalayim goes up. Her nobles send their servants for water. They come to the cisterns. Do you know this story? They find no water. They return with their vessels empty. They are ashamed and confounded and cover their heads. Because of the ground that is dismayed, since there is no rain on the land, the farmers are ashamed. They cover their heads. Even the doe in the field forsakes her newborn fawn because there is no grass. The wild donkeys stand on the bare heights. They pant for air like jackals. Their eyes fail because there is no vegetation. Though our iniquities testify against us, though our sin witness against us, act, O Lord, for your name's sake. For our backslidings are many. We have sinned against you, O you, hope of Israel, its Savior in time of trouble. Why should you be like a stranger in the land, like a traveler who turns aside to tarry for a night? Why should you be like a man confused, like a mighty warrior who cannot save? Yet you, O Lord, are in the midst of us, and we are called by your name. Do not leave us. Thus saith the Lord concerning his people, they have loved to wander thus. They have not restrained their feet. Therefore the Lord does not accept them. Now he will remember their iniquity and punish their sins. The Lord said to me, Jeremiah, do not pray for the welfare of this people. Though they fast, I will not hear their cries. And though they offer burnt offerings and grain offerings, I will not accept them. But I will consume them by the sword, by famine, and by pestilence. Goodbye. Raza, God has demanded that you be destroyed by sword, fire, and pestilence. You're just trying to piss me off now, YouTube. Okay, Psalm 91 is subtitled, My Refuge and My Fortress. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty, or the Almighty. I will say to the Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. For he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and buckler. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in darkness, nor the destruction that wastes at noonday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only look with your eyes and see the recompense of the wicked. Because you have made the Lord your dwelling place, the Most High, who is my refuge. No evil shall be allowed to befall you, no plague come near your tent. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. On their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent you will trample underfoot. Because he holds fast to me in love, I will deliver him. I will protect him because he knows my name. When he calls to me, I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will rescue him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. The trolls of the pestilence. Men like Razat Ferrite, Razada Ferrite, men like that are the pestilence. You have to understand that the people that this God is telling his people to live not in opposition to, but better than, are modern day Muslims. That's why they hate them. That's why Jews and Muslims can't get along, and it's why Christians want to bring swords into the conflict. Better swords, by the way. A lot better swords. France spent centuries kicking the shit out of Muslims in fair fights. Centuries. Kicking the shit out of them. You don't carry a grudge centuries after your civilization collapsed to rubble because you won. Hello, Julio. It's probably Julio Sandoval. Time to take her home. Her dizzy head is conscience laden. It's been time for way too long. It's a little better. Take some of that pressure off my hip. Fuck. never read it at all themselves, don't know anything that's in it or anything about what's in it. They think that because they've had it read to them in a couple of Sundays and in their AA meetings that they know anything about anything. Her name is what it means. Too much walking, these shoes are worn thin. That was a metaphor I could understand even in high school. I used to walk right through the bottoms of my shoes, still do. I wouldn't replace a shoe until I could feel the ground under my feet, no matter how bad they hurt my feet. You and me both, Misty. The Bible has limited applicability in the 21st century, frankly. That book is for people who lived in very different circumstances 2,000 plus years ago. Many of those stories are closer to 3,000 years old than they are to 2,000. Many of those stories, many of the Psalms, many of the Psalms are closer to 4,000 years old than they are to 2,000. Why do I need to take pride in what's on my feet? Why is walking through my shoes not pride? Giza's guide. Doesn't pride come before a fall? What if I have faith in those shoes? And isn't faith the higher order emotion? Isn't it the higher order orientation? Faith, pride. Do you have pride in a bridge when you cross it? Do you have pride in getting the same emotional response from me that Cameron just did? You'll find more cultural relevance, more linguistic relevance, and more applicability in Plato and the rest of the philosophical canon. How is wearing my shoes until I walk through them disrespecting the shoe? Isn't the shoe supposed to be there to prevent my foot from getting wet? Your guide sounds like a way to spend a lot of money, and it sounds like it's really concerned with what other people think of you. You sound like the kind of person who's wearing shoes that are never worn in, so you're just tripping and stumbling everywhere you go, and your feet are always in pain. Your toes probably overlap because you probably wear shoes that are too tight anyway. Well, he's asking me to have respect for an inanimate object that I bought to wrap around my feet. How is disrespecting my feet? I don't care what assumptions anyone makes, especially you, Giza. I've already dismissed your worldview as expensive and uncomfortable. It doesn't impact the trajectory of my existence in any way. I'm still speaking to you. There are still holes in my shoes. My shoes having holes in them hasn't dropped $30 from your bank account onto mine so I can go buy new shoes. You don't actually care. You just want to talk down to me because you think you're some kind of a guru. You don't know who you're talking to because you wouldn't recognize a guru if he literally dick slapped you. You haven't been here. Certainly you haven't been here. And anyway, you're keeping company with a man. No, you're keeping company with a man. You clearly have no self-respect. You're looking for someone to bottom for. I wasn't given money to buy shoes with. If I used my vape money on shoes, I would be lying and breaking a contract of trust. My worldview is working perfectly. For the most part, I spend my time surrounded by beautiful women. Giza is not judging. Giza is telling me that he is afraid of a world that won't top him. The way he exists in the world is by dressing and acting like a woman so he can find a boyfriend who will protect him from the world. He's not judging me. He's trying to warn me that bigger, stronger men are going to dismiss me as a sexual partner if I don't dress like a woman. Look at his PFP. He's sitting on a dildo. Am I making myself a martyr? No, but you are. I've killed you many times. I don't know what you're jerking off to, Gear 369. What game? I'm winning, Giza. You're the person who claims to have a guide for life who isn't live in front of students. Hello, Chris. No, I'm not a guru. But I am schooling you. And as such, you're a learning moment for people like RPP. I am by way of being. I editing. That's how I am. Maybe Giza's guide, but again, you're trying to keep company with a male, and I'm surrounded by females. Vaping is not better than a cigarette. Vaping is significantly more harmful. We chase misprinted lies, and then we face the path of time. It is true. No one is measuring worth, Gear. Maybe. Pleasure always comes with a sacrifice of longevity. Probably snuff is never good for you. And yet I find in Yet I find repeating in my head, if I can't be my own, I'd feel better dead. Snuff is not tobacco. Snuff is a cut. Jesus Christ. If you're going to argue with me, be right. Snuff is a delivery system. Because you snuff out a candle by doing that. So snuff is the pinch or the idiot. It's a cut. Friendly banter does not include a no, correcting me and being wrong. Banter is, yeah, well, your face is shaped like a pumpkin. Yeah, well, your mom is a whore. That's banter. Correcting me is correcting me. So, I say again, if you're going to correct me, be right. Snuff is powder, because before they were snuffing tobacco, they were snuffing other things. Idiots. And they used to snuff tobacco nasally anyway. What up, R2? Miserable. It's a very effective way to die quickly. That's why no one does it anymore. That's why no one snuffs tobacco. They dip it. The cut is called snuff because they used to inhale it. It's the pinch. It's the pinchable powder. And did he ever call the snuff? Did he ever say that he was going to snuff tobacco? No, he said he was going to dip. Because snuff is what it's called. It's the cut. You didn't look well enough, Gear. Why the fuck are you arguing with me? I don't give a shit, Antagonism. They snuffed it in the 1600s too, Vito. What about Emily Hirsch? It's correct. Because you... It's correct, Josh Crabtree. Because you snuff a candle. You snuff out a candle. It's where the term came from. It's the pinch. Pinch. Snuff box. It's how it was done back then. It's abhorrent to us because it's guaranteed face cancer. Pinch and snuff. Thank you, Nicole. I wouldn't just start talking about this if I didn't know what I was talking about. Because there are people out there who do know what they're talking about, and they're going to correct me. You, whatever your name was, are not one of them. You're some guy who talks like he's a black dude from 1998. Who the fuck said I'm unhappy, Nicole? If I came up to you and I said, hey, why are you in a bad mood? How would you react to that? You and I both know the answer. Don't you fucking lie to me. Why are you so fucking stupid, Ann Trousseau? You love my am energy? I never claimed to be anything but an idiot, Ann. It takes a stupid person to recognize a stupid person. So am I, Nicole. I'm being as genuine as I possibly can be without literally throwing out my voice. Yeah, if I saw you looking unhappy and I just approached you and I said, hey, you don't seem to be in a good mood, how would you respond? I know what happened. I was here. I don't need your perspective on what happened because I was here. Adjust for your mistakes. Golden rule. Treat people the way you would like to be treated. If someone has the response that you would have in the situation, adjust for what you would prefer. No, you would not show me love and comfort if I, homeless man, stinking, came up to you and you were just having your day and said, you seem to be in a bad mood. Why are you in a bad mood? Like that, with that face. Why are you in a bad mood? How would you react? You would go, I have a boyfriend. Or you would say, now I'm in a bad mood. No, I'm not. You're not responding to the question I'm asking. It doesn't matter how many times, what's up, Abby is, it doesn't matter how many times I've been inside you. If I came up to you and said, why are you in a bad mood? What you would say is, because you asked me that question. No, you don't feel for me. You want to feel me in you. Those are very different things. You should suck my balls all the way down into your throat so that you choke, SBG. You too, OS. You are disgusting, Nicole. You are disgusting. It seems that you have stumbled on a man scolding a woman in public. And you're stupid, Nicole. You're just very stupid. You said something stupid while I was yelling at someone like an idiot would do. Oh, you have no idea how perverted I am, D-Boom. Feel sorry for me in cash, Nicole. Feel sorry for me in the form of cash or stop fucking talking to me. It's been worse, Kobe. Hey, D-Boom, if you were camping with somebody and you woke up with a dick in your mouth, would you tell anybody? Good morning, dog mom. Not drugs, no. repeating the cycle of love, no love. I have to pee. The hell is wrong with you guys? People spend money here so they can enjoy their day. And then people like Halloween, you gotta come around and try to pick fights with them? Even thinking that you're being cute. Why would you choose that moment? That's not cute. Dude's stressed out. And your contribution to the channel is to tell one of the people who's spent money to be here to shut up, and not just to shut up, to shut the fuck up. And you don't even have the fucking temerity to spell it. You don't have the energy behind what you're saying on my channel after what he said. Please and thank you to spell it. What's wrong with you people? Like, there's a certain amount of some people's kids. Yeah, I'm pissed off all the time at all of your parents for letting you be this way. But you know better. Halloween 420, I am Halloween 420, has been trying to have positive interactions on this channel for days. So she knows better. She's tried to tell me her first name. What's wrong with you people? Just misbehaving children. It's like, oh, it's Monday. I get to misbehave again. I didn't understand this in kindergarten either. That's why I used to skip Mondays. Just don't go. Hello, Jordan. Now's not a good time. It's like I don't have to read any more than your hellos. In fact, I could turn all your hellos off. I could set this so that the only thing that the chat shows me is super chats. Why are you how you are? Why are you the way you are? You're so desperate for human interaction because the channels that are making money have you turned all the way the fuck off. You come around and you go, oh, he noticed me. I'm going to shit my pants right here in front of God and everybody for the future to see. I mute you fucking idiots for your dignity. Hello, all of you. Your timing is terrible. Thank you for sharing, you two. If there were a joke, you're laughing at the wrong thing, Rose. Probably not, Rose. What's it seem to be about early morns? I am aware of when I have muted myself, rabid cunt. Thank you. You are not my producer. What about my back? You're looking at my front. Isn't sorry a board game? I look like a serial killer because you have a very limited amount of cultural influences. If you're from the UK, Rabid, sorry is a derivative of Parcheesi. Parcheesi became more popular among the hipster parents, Poke in Motion. I don't know what that means, Breakpoint. Big fan of that movie, are you? Same food as everybody else, Breakpoint. Fix or fault what situation? No, I'm not in the woods. She's being very idiomatic, so just let her feel through her words. Fix or fault what situation? She's just blended together several metaphorical idiom. So now we just got to parse out what the idiom mean. I don't know where I am relative to you, mirror. Why does it matter, Rose? Not everything is good, no. Abs. Everything's good with me. I didn't know who I was reading for a second there. I got you, buddy. More importantly, how are you? I'm fine, Abs. I got a new tent, a new mattress. I'm fine. How are you? Thank you, I am. That gets me closer to minimum wage. That's not how I think about it, but thank you. Thank you for sharing, Josh. You too, I am. Thank you. Randall, if you just change killer to abuser, approaching 80% of the current internet is serial abusers, psychopaths by trait. Don't tell me what to do, Oso. I bet those last couple months were busy. Buddy, I missed you too, Abs. You were in my thoughts the whole time. And thank you for the poem on Twitter. That got me through some hard nights. I can't hear it, Overtool. Not all of us. You don't have a working definition of psychopath, Osu. And again, don't tell me what to do. Sure, Randall, but You're in my chat and I'm reading all of it. So if I decided to talk to you about the note that you passed in my class, I'm gonna. I guess the simulation is what you make of it. Meme. I know you were. But what was I? Fuck you're talking about, Mirror. Morning, XL. I did see that. You caught me right at the end, about 7 minutes after we were done. How are you doing, buddy? I don't know what you do, and I don't care to learn, Oso. Psychopathy is a high intelligence trait, tends to be. The new tent's a lot more comfortable. I can stretch out. I can sit all the way upright. Even with 8 inches of mattress under me, I can sit all the way upright. It's a lot more comfortable. I'm sleeping a lot better. I've started to dream again. I had a hilarious dream last night. I don't really remember the dream. I just know that I woke up laughing and I yelled the phrase, "The Latinos are coming." I laughed some more. And while I could remember it, I was trying to find my phone to write it down because it was hilarious. Whatever the dream was hilarious, but it was gone by the time I went to look for my phone. Dream gone. I have a dislike for people who share their dislikes, Randall. I don't think I'm being rude to everyone, Mirror. Maybe just you. I hate dreaming, but I like waking up from dreams that make me laugh. I like waking up to that serotonin, right? That the dopamine or whatever it is. I like waking up laughing. But no, I hate dreaming. I believe it. I believe it, Abs. I believe it, Castle. Glad to hear you're doing all right, X. Yeah, for sure, Poke. They're an incredible artifact of the human brain, and I'm pretty sure that mammals dream. I'm pretty sure birds dream. Don't tell me what to do. They say never say never. I would phrase that. I wouldn't recommend the power of a platitude. You've been disrespecting me with all these fucking words, Oso. I didn't ask you to apologize. I asked you to stop saying the things that you're saying. You just keep talking about you. I don't want to get to know you. I didn't sit down next to you. Rach is good. The others, they're still around. I'm rebuilding the blue crew. Abs, the channel is growing again in a manageable fashion. If you say subconsciousness is the only whatever, we can't be friends. If you're going to talk to me about subconsciousness, we just can't be friends. Yes, it will be more peaceful when I'm not throwing you around the mat, Randall. Don't tell me what to do, Oso. I need neither your directive nor your approval. God damn, you guys need access to better verbs. I don't particularly care, Josh. I don't remember asking. If you say, Renee. Well, you did disrespect. So what do you do when you disrespect someone and they're disrespected? Do you offer your butthole or do you move on? Oh, so do you just adjust for your mistake? Or you just leave. Go talk to someone else. It's still cold right now, but it's gonna be warm later. It was fucking 80 degrees yesterday. People will do whatever they want, ma'am. That doesn't mean they gotta do it to me, with me, in my general direction. That just isn't how life works. Consent begins at the ability to say no. And so if I say no and you continue, you have breached my consent. Yes, I'm religious, Mirror. Where do I get see, if you push on them long enough, they just become nonsense. Their verb structure just stops working. Have a great one, Poke. Kick ass, buddy. You're doing more important shit than I am. So get out there and get it did, man. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for being here. Philalitheia is the easiest way to answer that, Mirror. Yeah, it just becomes gibberish nonsense. Like, he thinks he's being idiomatic and that he sounds like he's in an action movie, but it's just gibberish. Yeah, I'm still gaming, buddy. We're at the end of Final Fantasy X right now. Take care, RPP. Thank you for still being here. Thank you for sticking for so long. I'm really proud to know you guys, that you're willing to fight through the worst of it with me. It's really cool of you. And that means I've gotten better. So thank you for the confirmation. I don't know, it was a dream, Oso. The white man came before bed. No, that's a different Rachie. That's why I call her RPP. Hello, Kristen. My Rachie is away right now. How much will money buy? Heard that, Josh. Hello, meme. I'm gonna take my time as I drift and die. Be that as it may, Josh, it still buys goods and services. I think I'm in the Eastern Hemisphere, Mirror. Okay, Rose. So long as I get 15%, you do that. I only want 15%. What country? The U.S. It means I have to think about how big the world is from where the East-West divide begins. And I give myself the right to be wrong. So when I say things like I think, or maybe, or probably, or don't quote me on that, I haven't left, mirror. Thanks, Abs. It's just how it looks today. It's staying there and it's out of my eyes, so that's just how it looks right now. But thank you, buddy. What do we know of, Rose? What if I do mind you asking, Mirror? What if I get tired of answering that question? What if you're asking me a lot of questions and that triggers a rage response in me after about 3? I hope to see you more often, buddy. Take care, Castle. Be well, pal. Stay safe. I used to said I liked speaking about myself. When have I spoken apropos of nothing about myself? Take care, Kristen. Her name means Kristen Wolves. I'm pretty sure that I've answered your question. I'm pretty sure that I've answered your questions, many of your invasive questions, and you haven't asked good follow-up questions. You're just bouncing from question to question to question. You're not building an investigation. You're not building a framework. You're not coming to an answer. Hey, take care, X. Be well, Long. Get it done, you know. I don't care to learn anything about you, Mirror. I didn't ask. But that doesn't mean that I only like speaking about myself. We're not on a first date, Mirror. We're not sitting across the table from one another where you say, oh, this thing about myself, and now you say something about yourself. That's not how this works. We're not on a date. You're not my friend. No, I did not attend university. Not for very long. I'm giving you cryptic answers because I'm not giving you answers. I'm not even giving you cryptic answers. I'm giving you non-answers. I'm playing a sophisticated game of intellectual judo with you. You're just, frankly, you're an unarmed opponent, and it's getting sad. To play intellectual judo with interesting people. I don't want to hear specifically what you have to say, Mirror. I didn't ask. I didn't go live to hear what you have to say. I can't hear you. You're on the wrong side of the camera. If I wanted to listen to what other people had to say, I'd go watch their lives. But I've probably said things worth listening to you in your presence, and you haven't listened. So you're not a buyer, you're not a customer, you're not a future member, and you're not going to tip me for today's interaction. So I'm asking you to leave. Yeah, non-answers are great. It makes you and the audience have to use your brain. Hello, Adrian. Your theory's wrong, Rose. But please keep up your fan theorizing. It will eventually make you a fan. I know you're holding on to the theory's soundness instead of adapting the theory to the evolving data set, which means you're not really doing science. You have a cow that you're trying to nurture to adulthood. I know. Y'all don't know, I start to get upset when YouTube starts to simul-seat me 15, 20 people at a time. So the channel goes from 15, 20 people to 30 people, all the way up to 50, 70 people, all trying to talk to me at the same time. That shit starts to piss me off. Let's start validity first. Yeah, you got to start. I guess you got to start at soundness, but you got to start at. You got to start at data. You got to start at being able to demonstrate and show evidence of your theory. What if I told you, Rose, that I woke up at 7 a.m. It looks like. I thought it was closer to 6 than this. And I had 6 hours of morning to kill, and I decided that this would be a good way to kill 6 hours. What if there is no meta? I'm gonna burn through this weed. Rose, if you were looking at anything other than your keyboard when you typed that, you've been watching me get high this whole time. I'm smoking weed right now. I've been smoking weed the whole time. I am not entertained. I am agitated. I have enough things in my possession that make me vulnerable to being robbed, that drugs are secondary to my concern. No, I do not enjoy Descartes. If thinking makes you be, what happens when you're not thinking? Glad to hear it, Edward. Thank you for sharing. It's it staggers the mind that people think that we go live to meet them. Well, if you're not talking to me, why are you live? Is such an expose of your assumptions. Well, why are you here if it's not for me specifically? But I must be the narcissist because I'm on the camera, not because you're trying to distract the man who's on the camera. Here she goes. Why are you talking to me about weed? If you want to advocate for weed, go to somebody who's saying don't use weed. Make your own fucking channel. Don't tell me what to do, Edward. Yeah, but the sentence structure, I think, therefore I am. Okay, so what happens when you're not thinking? I am not thinking, therefore I am not. I am aware, Adrian. It's what you're doing right now. I'm aware. Don't tell me what to do, Edward. Hello, Mono. Sure, but it doesn't have anything to do with your being. I think not, therefore I am not doesn't make any sense. If he's going to play around in Latin, then he has to understand negatives. They didn't make truth statements in Latin. They approached everything from a negative position. And so if he's going to try to reject the Summa Theologica and Catholic understanding of being, he's going to have to do a lot better than some fucking platitude. And he didn't. He just said, "You don't know Latin." And he was right. And anyway, if you're going to make a philosophical maxim, you have to address the begged question. Okay? If he wants to play at rewriting the Vedas, he's going to have to do a hell of a lot better than one sentence. Yes, in the context of my channel, choosing not to think is choosing not to participate. The game is whether you're willing to think about the meta question being begged. A very nice thing to say. There it is. That's just what it is, Adrian. It's all they're doing. I know that. Yes, I'm listening to something. Half of them are trying to figure out what's going on, and the other half... I don't even know what the question was, Rose. I probably didn't read all of it. Half of them are trying to figure out what's going on, and half of them are just trying to interject themselves into something. What is the something I'm listening to? I'm listening to something by Catatonia. He is the voice of our demise. Spreading fire like a mountain. This is us. It's called Colossal Shade. I dig this record. Let's drain the source and trade it for the greater high. Just say the word. I'll give up my final piece of freedom. Collapse my mind. I don't know what he actually says there. Hey, K-Rib, what's up? Happy to see you. That's good enough. Get your day done. Maybe I'll catch you in the other meridian. Satellite stars, my future watching me. I think he says try spitting scars. Sure, I don't remember what the question was. I've moved on, Rose. We're gathered here tonight. His apostles in the moonlight. He's coming in, the foul saint, coming watching in. The engineer of the colossal shade. This is us. Losing grip of the daylight. Oh, letting go of the daylight. Let's drain the source and trade it for the greater high. Just say the word. I'll give up my final piece of freedom. Take care, K-Rib. Come what may, I'm ready to enjoy your treason. I like hammer-on and pull-offs. Those are fun. They're fun to pull off when you're playing, too. Huh? It's not going to get warm today. It's only going to get in the high of the 40s. I am underdressed again. Bitch! It's supposed to snow here in a minute. It's chilly. I might have to get down in my sleeping bag. I might want to do that. I might do that right now. Now that I've thought about it. There's a lot of fucking Alice in Chains on this fucking playlist, YouTube. What are you doing to me here? I don't listen to Alice in Chains. I don't know these songs. I think it might be on a Discovery mix. I think it might be on a Discovery mix instead of a, hey, we're going to play you the songs that we know you like mix. I prefer the we're going to play you songs we know you like mixes. Whoa, it's cold. Brr. 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 I'll be fine here in a minute. I got my sleeping bag all zipped it up. Brr. Just not wearing pants. I will be the save point, Adrian. You take care. Yeah, guy game every day. You know that Nine Inch Nails song, Every Day is Exactly the Same? Every day is exactly the same. Woo! Brr. The inside of the tent will warm up. The inside of the tent is warming up. It'll warm up as the sun gets higher in the sky. Unless it snows and stays foggy all day. In that case, it's not going to warm up in here. And I will be watching my external battery closely. Ugh. Whew. The yawning is my blood pressure is low because I'm stoned. And it's cold. So if you engage me, my brain will feel active and then it won't I won't yawn so much. But we're also just kind of chilling out. It's Monday, it's cold. I don't have a ton of through traffic today yet. I'm here super fucking early. I'm pretty sure it's only like 9 a.m. Yeah, it's 9:30. And so really we've got about 2 more hours for my regulars if you're looking for a good excuse, like a good time to swipe away, go check out the other things that you like to doom scroll through. Now is a good time. People will start to come back through around 10:30 once their mornings are established and they don't have anything to do at hand as they're working toward their lunch breaks. And then we'll get the West Coast crowd too. So no worries. You know, some Mondays are slow. Some shifts are just slow. And I am just trying to lie here and let my fucking injury settle in a way that's not gonna hurt all day. Fuck. That hurts. I need to be able to open my knees. This hurts. Oh. I have to be able to. just... That's better. Got a little bit warmer. I don't really have anything that's on my mind. That's kind of the thing too. I didn't watch anything today. I woke up and I went straight live. So there's not really anything on my mind. If you guys wanted to talk about interesting shit that sparked my desire to talk, instead of just asking me personal questions that I don't want to talk about, because yes, my body is hurting. Because the people who watch this in the future have heard it all before. That should be my prerogative, I think. How do I know what I know is what I know? Well, I don't. I start at the position that everything that I know is probably wrong because it's contingent on other people having known it first. And so, like, for example, I have certitude that my tent isn't going to collapse in 70-mile-per-hour winds in a rainstorm, and that it's not going to attract lightning because I sat here last night and listened to a tree get ripped up out of the ground in a wind, and my tent's here. So I know that. I know that my tent doesn't leak in a rain because I know it. But, like, how do I know how gravity works? I know how gravity works by listening to what other people have said and then being critical of it. So I don't know how gravity works, but I'm pretty certain that I can describe the way gravity works with more accuracy than the models that you'll be given in any physics class. Sort of. Monoceran. Or Monocerosin. Sort of. That's a kind of a self-negative way to look at the world. I am not ignorant, swimming in facts. I do not lack the cognitive aptitude necessary to exist in today's world as an independent agent, self-aware, and environmentally aware. Because in order for a fish to say, the water's nice, and another fish to say, what's water, would be like if you said to someone, oh, the weather's nice today, and they went, what's weather? It's cold today, yes, Leon. Probably fish talking isn't the weird part. Fish can communicate. They can identify one another, they can identify not them, and they can identify potential predators. So, no, imagining the point of view of a fish is not weird. Thank you, Leon. Maybe. Mono. Yeah, if the fish comes out of the water to tell you anything, believe it. Thank you, Daniel. Good morning. That's why. Okay, good morning, Dan. Thank you for being here. I don't know how that makes sense, Mono. What was his name? Donald Rumsfeld once famously talked about known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. So I don't know how what you're saying maps onto an intellectual world in which we all exist. How you doing, Dan? It's a slow morning for me, buddy. My voice is shot and I'm argumentative, to say the least. Hey, I meant to ask you, did the guys get their thing done by the time you wanted them to be done? Sorry, that was a broken ass sentence. Did they get the thing done? I know you said that you're moving equipment around. That's not an unknown unknown. That's a known unknown. Mono. You know there's a problem with the boat. You don't know what it is. That's a known unknown. I love that, dude. Excellent. I love that. Good. Congratulations and well done. Well chosen, money well spent, I hope. I hope. That parenthetical at the end, I can't know yet. An unknown unknown would be God knows there's something wrong with your car, and the evidence that there's something wrong hasn't been made manifest yet. 2 more buildings? Heard that. Heard that. So that's what, 4 days on this schedule? Is that right? Yeah, I was just thinking that. I know that you're not. I know you're not stoked to be doing it, but I was just thinking about how proud I would be to live in a building that did it, that had the new stuff that, and then how stoked I would be to live to give the landlord money who got it done. Got it done. You understand what I mean? Just got it done. Who said God can be uncreated? Correct. The next person to show up and unchat and what they're going to say is an unknown unknown. That's correct, Egregore. Someone is going to, but who it is, unknown unknown. Hey, Kate Rib. Yeah. You guys are all kind of Schrodinger's cat to me. Why did God need to be created? Was your personality, and this is a genuine question, Bitcoin, was your personality created? Your personality. I know, Mono. Love that, Dan. I would be stoked to live there if I were shopping for a place to live. I'm not. But I was the kind of person that if I had a good landlord, I talked about it to everybody in town. And I worked customer service. Be well, Dan. Love you, buddy. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for your contributions to the channel and specifically to my life. Thank you. Not necessarily, Kate Rib. They closed the hole. They got God trapped in like the 15th century. Okay, I suspected that you were going to say something nonsensical. That's not actual neurology. Everybody reading that, that's not neurology. That's why I'm not repeating it. Nothing about that is actual science. I thought you were going to say that. So what about the metaphysical non-place where your soul resides? Was that created? Sort of. The opposite of that, K-Rib. I know that the things you're saying don't exist in the way that you're talking. So whether I do or do not know what a mirror neuron is irrelevant to answering my question. That's what I thought. Okay, the first mistake of every wizard is mistaking themselves for God. Well, that's what I thought. Mirror neurons are not what he was talking about. He was mixing some bullshit together to try to sound very smart, and what he sounded like was very stupid. Mirror neurons are why seeing in and doing are exactly the same in the brain. Mirror neurons are the neurons that activate both when you see someone doing something and when you do it yourself. That's why you can watch a movie and learn. That's why you can watch YouTube videos and learn skills. Now, God is the mind in which we are a dream. Seeing men does make us more manly, yes. You ever thought about the word beauty? Bonus? You ever stop and think about how gay words are? Heard that, Poke. Thanks for letting us know you were in and out. You are in and out. Thanks for letting us know you're here and there. Not a negative observation, but have you ever noticed how gay language is? There is a lot of dudes, a lot of dudes who are interested in dudes. as they were developing our language and our idiom. A lot. And so if you're easily triggered by that stuff, you see it everywhere. And then you ask people, like, you ever notice how prevalent this is? And they go, you're homophobic. And it's like, well, not for no reason. In your mom's tank? I upper decker your mom's upstairs bathroom, airhead. In your mouth. In my pants. Surprise Harvey Birdman reference. Hey, Aaron, I was just thinking of you the last several days. I've been practicing your name. Do you see how fluid that was? Can never get that wrong ever again. Whew. That's what I do, Tyga. My voice is so fucked. I'm not helping it get better sitting out here. Oh no, I broke my YouTube. I'm sure I can. What's it worth to you? Kenneth? Are you calling me a Kenneth? What's the frequency, Kenneth? We'll fight. Kenneth is one of my least favorite names. Damn it, I called you Aaron. I know I called you Aaron when you came in. I know it. I know I did. Neither can I. Tammy woke up with violence in her heart. Oh no, I did it. You did this, Aaron. You wrote it on the screen. God damn it. Aaron chose violence this morning. Rach is away. God damn it. You're the fucking worst, Aaron. What's up, Eric? Say something to her that's got her upsetting, that upsets her, so she'll turn her laser eyes on you. uh I can tell. Just mutually assured destruction every time you walk in the chat. How are you? Didn't you tell me that you were on a road trip? You and your kid? Yeah. Well, I'm laughing and smiling now. I haven't been for much of the stream before this. It's a Monday. It doesn't bother me, but people are bringing their Mondays to me. Ah. My nose hairs are getting tangled up in my mustache. It's awful. Don't get old, dudes. Would not recommend. Movie RV. It's cool that he still likes to spend time with you at 19. Is that the movie where the dad takes his kids out to scatter their mom's ashes? I haven't seen RV. If it's not, I don't know the movie. Thank you, Poke. Love you, pal. Appreciate you putting up with me. I am hyper conscious of how I am less than, and you guys are helping me get past that. So thank you. It's in the low 30s, maybe the mid 30s, maybe the low 40s. It's cold. It's colder out there than it is in here, though. I'm under both of my sleeping bags. I'm comfortable-ish. I can get back down inside the bigger one and zip it up if I need to increase my body heat. And then by the time Pizza Cottages open up, so I can go get something to eat. It's really, it's in the 30s. It's 24 is too cold. But we'll be done. We'll be done with this in a few days. I'm certain of it. Somebody asked me how I know what I know and how do I know that I know that I know it. And for me, it's more like I just agree with consensus. Because science doesn't really know what it knows. Science agrees to concede that the question is an open question that needs all hands on deck to answer. It's about me, Sumper. That's funny. So kind of like a home vacation, but with Robin Williams. Not home vacation, family vacation, but Robin Williams. They couldn't get Chevy Chase, so they got Robin Williams, and it played out okay, well enough that you enjoyed it. Yeah. We just keep spending all our money on weed instead of getting a fucking van. And so our podcast is TBD. That is cool, Poke. I think it's fun when people know how to do stuff like that. You don't think you have what it takes, Aaron? I didn't call you Tammy again, did I? Oh, with the van, etc., or the cool kid part. It's like, why are you breaking up with me? Oh, the podcast thing. Well, stick around, Aaron. The Blue Crew are rebuilding, and I bet you, Kate Rib, if she's around Kateri, I bet she would be all the way down, for a Shaggy Philalitheia brand podcast on my Discord. They're doing a movie night. They're trying to get a board game night together, trying to figure out how to do that. So, Aaron, why? I'm never gonna eat peas again. Yeah, I know. I got to introduce you to the other ladies. I have a whole circle of fucking weirdos. No. Okay. Charlie Day has entered the chat. She's gonna go Serpico any second now. She's gonna bring out a pop-up book of red fucking strings. Maybe, Aaron. It's not popping off yet, but there are people using it now. A deviant, not a weirdo? Fair enough. I'll keep that in mind. I'm gonna have to have a fucking notebook of all of your different fucking identities. Not you, Egg, all of you. Because not all of you have the same fucking Discord handle. So I'm gonna have to keep a notebook of who is who. What do they call those? A persona dramatage. Ah, that's funny, Poke. I love when that happens to you guys. It's funny to me. I like when I know it. Like, oh, they're like half an hour ago. And then I'll keep talking to you to see if you catch up. If you skip over it. I was doing that. I'm gonna tell this story and she's gonna show up. I was doing that with Rach. last summer, she was like 3 or 5 minutes behind. She started to get pissed off. She started to get pissed off that all of my comments were taking so long to get back to her. But I was just playing it like I didn't know that she was way behind the video. And finally, I was just like, sweetheart, you're like 3 minutes behind me. That shit's funny to me. Sorry. Because you have to occupy, you have to remember who you were. You have to keep those two timelines going at the same time. It was funny to me. Fun little thought experiment. What would it be like to talk to somebody in different gravity? Or if you had to send messages to a time traveler, but they were only 7 minutes behind you in the past? Yeah, you were talking to people that are long gone. Yeah, that happens too. That's funny to me. It's not funny to you. But I was like, yeah, they're not gonna get that. I'm gonna have to remember that to tell them later. Playing drums is hard. I like to watch Drumeo, and I like to listen to drummers talk about their craft, especially when people start talking about the difference in musical drumming and non-musical drumming. Because like there's keeping time, and then there's playing musically, and I don't really know how to define playing musically, but I think I'm starting to learn how to hear it like they do. Like I think I'm starting to identify like, okay, that's not just straight keeping time, that's musical. Like those are distinct notes that feel within the song. It's not just I'm gonna ride my hi-hat right here, or even when it's like I'm just gonna ride the ride cymbal through this. Bron Dalery always finds such interesting ways to make other noises than just writing something to keep time. That's all. I don't think I could ever learn to play drums. Definitely, I don't think I could ever learn to play drums musically. I think that mechanically I could learn to play drums, but I don't think I could ever learn to play them musically. Like, I don't think I could ever be a drummer in a band. Maybe if I had started younger. I would have had to start very young, though. Those drumless drum sets, I do remember them. I never got to play with one, so I don't know how they worked or what they sounded like. But you thought you were a pro? That's awesome. It was just the sticks, right? And depending on how you swung them, they would make the different noises. It's a cool idea. It's a good way to it's a fun way to get started, especially if you have a kid who really, really wants to play drums and all you can afford is that. Especially if you just don't want the fucking noise. All right, give me just a second. That's really cool that they worked at all. Yeah, they have limited applicability, but they would have limited applicability. They were effectively a toy for children. It's cool, though. It's cool they worked at all. Oh, it's cold. It's cold. I'm gonna have to wear my damn... I have to wear my damn warm pants. I don't want to wear damn warm pants. I just hope it doesn't rain tonight so I don't have to carry my fucking jacket, too. I might want to anyway, but whatever. I'm just gonna bitch about it a little bit. You guys don't need to worry about it. Just pissing and mooning like a fucking impudent jerk. I knew that about myself. But I need it to be closer to 10 o'clock than what it is. What the fuck? I stress. I swear to God. This isn't his fault. Someone has to be able to blame me. Okay. I don't mind that my bed has come just a little bit and deflated so that when I sit down right here, I sink way down into it. Because it actually kind of supports my injury like I'm sitting in water a little bit. Kind of reminds me of a waterbed, actually. The amount of tension that I have on it currently. And so it like kind of suspends my injury in a way that doesn't hurt. And that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. When they were made, it's cool they worked at all. Yeah, I think we've done a lot of deliberately forgetting that a lot of the shit tech, a lot of the tech stuff until very recently was garbage. You were trying to explain what a waterbed is to your nephew last week, Jordan. That's funny. Yeah, a lot of tech stuff over the last few decades. Well, in like the 70s and 80s, 90s, early aughts, even into the 2010s, didn't actually do what it claimed to do. It was you were buying the proof of concept that we were working toward the claim. Drop mix. Oh no, I didn't. I never heard of that. X. That's cool. So a pretty basic MIDI keyboard. It sounds like those I don't know what they're called, soundboards. I know you know what I'm talking about. They use them in EDM to make music. I know you know what I'm talking about. You guys are all, yeah, you guys are all more versed in this. I've been wondering for a long time where people were getting the ideas to make music with this stuff, and it's toys like that. This is actually comfortable if I could just get my fucking injury to relax. Like, remarkably comfortable. I'm really, really pleased with my living situation and how it's changed over the course of March. And if you want to celebrate that with me, you can do so by helping me pay off some of the debt I accrued by fleshing it out. mixer. Oh. That's my mustache. Yeah, just a slow traffic day. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Damn it. Oh, that's a little better. I still got a couple of hours before Pizza Cottage opens up, and I'm okay. I'm okay with a slow day. I'm okay with just kind of chilling here and listening to music. I could put on, honestly, right now, I could put on an audiobook. I wish I had something to just eat on, and I'd skip lunch. I need the protein, so I wouldn't actually skip lunch. But this is just nice. Just letting the day come to me, saying hello to my regulars, easing our way into a Monday. It's nice. It's just, for me, it's nice. And I'm gonna chase nice things, because it's not easy being green. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy living in a tent with a severely torn pelvic floor. I mean, my dick is coming apart. It's bad, but we do what we can. Sit here and just remind ourselves of everything's in. Just will it to stop hurting, and just wait to put my mind to something else. Just what I recommend to other people. He says there's no sex in your violence. I've never known exactly what that means. Why should there be? Why's that bad? He says he doesn't believe that Elvis is dead. I don't know why it matters. Like, I don't know why we needed to make these cultural faith props. Like, whether Elvis is or isn't dead, why does it matter? I never understood the cultural faith proposition. Why does it matter whether Sir Paul McCartney died in that crash? Oh, you figured it out. That's not the real Paul McCartney. What does it matter? If Paul McCartney's audience are still being served, what's the difference? I'm probably taking a reductionist approach to this, but like, I've never understood trying to self-congratulate for identifying shadow government stuff. It's like the entertainment industry isn't the shadow government. If the entertainment industry is doing less than ethical things its audience, so long as their audience is served, who cares? Is it because, like, okay, so faking to the audience that Sir Paul McCartney isn't dead is not a slippery slope to pretending that the women on screen aren't sexually abused? I don't know how that argument tracks, so I've just never understood. Like, if you're like, oh, I'm not going to a Paul McCartney show because Paul McCartney died in the 80s. It's like, yeah, you weren't going to begin with. You weren't going in the 70s. So I've just never understood. I've never understood these cultural faith props. Like, you're doing it, you, the general passerby, are doing it with Jim Carrey right now, and I don't understand. I don't understand the meme of doing that, because people do it with Shakespeare too. It doesn't make sense. It's not an interesting. First of all, it's not an interesting conspiracy because it doesn't meaningfully change history. Okay, so Roger Bacon was Shakespeare. What does that meaningfully change? His works still had the effects that they had. Does it change the why? How much? He was still the court poet and playwright to Elizabeth. So whether it was Roger Bacon or some peasant, what does it change? Because it's not like Roger Bacon was a Habsburg in his own right. So I've just never understood what planting your flag on one side of that argument or the other means to your real life. I've never understood. Like, did we or did we not go to the moon? What does it matter? What does it matter to you? It's like the moon was an argument about national pride. And so if you're going to say, oh, we didn't do that, you're just rejecting national pride. And so you're just outright rejecting the cultural myths that tie you to other people. And to what reason? For what reason? To deny something that was an historical event? Like, if the US didn't go to the moon, Russia and China are the only country right now with rockets. They would out us. Would have decades ago. And then we go, oh, well, we've been there since, but we didn't go at the time. And it's like, well, the country that tanked its economy and effectively its military, lost its national identity, and is now in a losing war with a country that's barely a nation state, did those things in an effort to beat us to putting a man on the moon. You'd think that part of their resurgent propaganda is that we never made it, and it's not. Like, why don't the Iranian and Afghani anti-militant or anti-U.S. militants, why don't they argue that we never went to the moon? As why the U.S. isn't the hegemon of the world. Because we did. We made it there first. Just the lived reality of these things makes more sense than the contrarian conspiracy theories. So I've just never understood. I've never understood planting a flag on the sun. Like, I believe in the moon landings. Okay, what side of history does that put you on? And why do you care? Why do you care to say it out loud? It's weird. Yeah, Iran goes to the moon as one last fuck you. That's what people think the Nazis did. That it's funny. It's funny with every the only way we're going to be able to maintain our backward and regressivist worldview is to go to the moon. That sounds like something that sounds like something a supervillain would say in the Bible. Yeah, well, fuck you. I'm going to go to the moon then. It's just it's like it's oh god. You're right, Poke. You're right. It's absurd. It's to me, it's that absurd. The whole argument is that absurd. Well, then you do it. You go. Like, the argument was over getting there first. If we didn't get there, you don't think we have. You don't think that other nations have. Like, I'm talking to Jim Mars right now. I'm not talking to anyone who's here in particular. I'm talking directly to Jim Mars. Like, does Jim Mars really think that Russia doesn't have better investigative tools than he does? And if he doesn't, what does Jim Mars really think was going on in the Cold War? Jim Mars is where the moon landing conspiracy that we didn't go, that's where that comes from. He has two R's in his name, Jim, Marrs. He's also where things like the face on Mars comes from. Like, he's just like, if you see the guy lives, like, you think that I live rough? You think I live rough? Oh my God. I saw the way this guy lives and I went, oh yeah, can't take him seriously. He's not making enough money at this to live in anything other than, he lives in an RV. At least in the last documentary I saw when the dude lived in an RV. And I'm just like, on some level, book sales do represent the measure of a man. They do represent his personal worth, and your home is a representation of your personal value, not just in your ability to acquire credit, but your home does speak to your measure as a person. And so if you're trying to be out here arguing with federal governments, you have to do better than an RV. I'm not arguing with federal governments. Can we agree that I am not out here raising my fists at the federal government? They didn't do this to me. I just never understood. I've never understood wanting to be on that side of the fence. Once you see the way they live, once you see their homes, I'm just like, why? I don't want you to be like me. They'd have to be in on it. Russia. Right. In order to have conceded that we got there first, and for us to then fake it. In order for us to have faked it, and Russia to have conceded that we got there first, means that Russia would have to be in on the conspiracy. And to what end? We almost went to nuclear war over cultural hegemony, and the moon, getting to the moon, was about industrial hegemony. Who really has the industrial, cultural, intellectual might to figure this out before we have the computing power necessary to sustain being there? Why would Russia concede that? They win that, and their people don't give up on the communism, and the the USSR and the Iron Curtain don't collapse. If they don't concede that we made it to the moon, they're not fighting this pissant war with Ukraine. Like, on some level, I'm being reductivist. Because if you just reduce it to its base parts, I don't understand the conversation. It just doesn't make sense. Beyond the fact that the people who say we didn't go didn't know that because it was a top secret mission until the 2020s or the 2010s or something. But they stuck a fucking mirror up there on the moon that they regularly shine a laser at to get data about the moon, about the distance of the moon, I think, from the planet. That's how we know that it's going away, I think. They've been regularly shining a laser at it and hitting this mirror. And that wasn't one of the things that the public knew about the moon landings. And they've got all this data. And so if you're going to say we didn't go there, you have to account for all these years of data. And the answer, oh, they just backfilled it to make you feel like a stupid person for believing we went to the moon, is not a good reason. You don't pay somebody a salary to make up numbers. The CIA might. But NASA's numbers are accountable to the Senate. If NASA's not producing good, relevant data, they don't get money. They're not like the CIA. They're not like investment banking. They're not like what do they call them? Prospectors, the people that do prospecting, financial prospecting. You can't just say, okay, well, we predict that in 10 years we're going to have this amount of money coming in the economy, and be wrong over and over and over again. NASA's not like that. NASA has to produce good results, or the Senate will cut their funding. The Senate has been cutting their funding, the Congress, however you want to say it. The Senate, not the House of Representatives. The Senate has been cutting their funding in the budget for decades. Basically, since we arrived at the moon and it was no longer a war effort. That's why Donald Trump and Ronald Reagan did all that talk about Star Wars. It was Reagan, right? It might have been Nixon who did Star Wars. It might have been, I don't know who it was originally, with Star Wars, wanting to have weaponized satellites and the ability to have low Earth navigable fighting vehicles. Hey, Eric, atmospheric monitoring. Yeah, they monitor for large bodies. That's all they can get funding to do anymore. NASA, if you think NASA is part of the NWO, you just don't understand where the money's actually going. NASA is broke. NASA is a prestige position, and a lot of those guys are working for volunteer pay. Real science, real research, real science, those people are paid just well enough to have a wife or a spouse. And usually the spouse is the one that's putting food on the table. Yeah, love their jobs or just want to keep their jobs. Yeah, they're not making up. They're not making up the distance of the moon. And it's barely calculable change over 40 years, 60 years now. They're just not. It doesn't make sense. No one would keep the job and not blow the whistle. Not after all this time. No one loves NASA or the United States that much. We know this because every spy is caught. Yeah, watch their YouTube channels, their personal channels, their love of the science and the technology that they're developing. Love. Those guys and gals, they love their work. They love what they're doing. It's not about the money. It's not about the money. And for very few of them is it about the prestige. For very few of them is it about the politics and the prestige that come with what they're doing. For very few. In fact, it's very few. That's awesome, Eggs, that you had a high school teacher who worked at NASA over the summers. That's cool. Yeah, man. That's love. When people talk about, oh, if you love what you're doing, you'll never work a day in your life, that's love. That's passion. That's for the, like, NASA legitimately is for the sake of mankind. Like they're doing things, they're doing things with American tax dollars and with their own lives that are really for the future, really are and have been for the future. How you doing, Eric? Bob Dole, buddy, I saw you. Whew, I'm cold. But I'm also super comfortable, and so I'm just gonna fight through it for another half hour or so, at least until that says 4 hours up on the top of my screen. Yeah, and so like, look, we all have educational system. We all have systemic educational trauma, and what I mean by that is that we do not have trauma that is systemic and put on us by the education system. What I mean is that we all have systemic trauma from the education system. The education system was not designed to harm us, but we all were harmed in different and unique ways in the education system because we were all children, and those were the places that we were. So those are the places that we were harmed. And so I get it that some of us just don't like systemic human things. It took me a really long time to get out of that place. And even when I was in that place of not liking authority, not trusting the government, not trusting the corporation that I worked for, my distrust was that they weren't so self-blind that failure was imminent. Like I asked somebody the other day, they were asking a question about my approach. And they asked how these YouTube channels that don't engage with their channel, I think was the question. How do YouTube channels that don't engage and don't talk and don't say anything to the new passersby, how do they make money? I think was the question. How do they make money? How do these people who are asking for money and demanding money to engage with them, how do they make money? And so I asked rhetorically, but the answer is present if you take your time to think about it. How does McDonald's keep its doors open with so much turnover? You can't get to know the person on the other side of the register because they're going to quit or be fired, right? Any day now. I don't remember how I got into that, but yeah, if it weren't for him, you wouldn't be able to appreciate non-answers. Non-answers are how engineers teach. If an engineer is giving you a non-answer, it's because you have what you need to get the answer yourself, and you're wasting their time. I grew up around engineers. I'm not suffering, by the way. I might look miserable. I might look like I'm huddled, because I am, because I'm not adequately dressed. If I put on my pants, I'd be fine. I could sit up beside the blankets, but I kind of want to suffer the cold because we're not going to get very much more of it. And when it's hot, it's going to be miserable. So if I look uncomfortable, it's just a physical response to moderate cold. I would probably die if I lay here in this naked. But I have very good blankets. Very good sleeping bags. Winter appropriate sleeping bags. And I'm just kind of lying under the summer sleeping bag to just kind of enjoy it. It's nice. And I no longer remember what I was talking about exactly. Just advocating in general for NASA and saying that I don't understand these conspiracies. That's what it was. Rejecting them because you reject authority because you have school trauma. I understand. I do understand. But when you really start to use the critical thinking that got you there on your pet theory, it just does. It's not even that it falls apart. It's that it was so much smoke. it was just so much survival, so much survival. You built a framework to survive school, and then when you apply that to work and government, so civitas broadly, civilization broadly, it doesn't work. And so there are three ways really, but there are two broad ways to respond to a worldview, a self-developed worldview, a survivalist worldview, a survival system when it doesn't work. And the first is to make changes so that your survival system works for you now. So, for example, if you have issues with authority, just broad issues with authority, so that you can't submit to any system wherein you are under someone else's authority, um, you have to find a way to make money for yourself. You have to find a way to be the authority. And if that means that for some people, they have to lie on their resume so that they go into management positions that they're not qualified for, that's what it means for them. They can't be under someone else's authority. For other people, it means performing at the highest levels of excellence so that they are the authority, right? And then for other people, it means striking out on their own, living in a tent under a sleeping bag, so that there is no authority higher than them when it comes to their work, when it comes to their way of life, the way that they live. No one can tell me what I can or cannot do because I don't have a landlord, for example. So if I want to pee right outside my tent, I can pee right outside my tent. It's my tent. And so I genuinely think that conspiratorial thinking is it's just the second way that you can respond. And the second way that you can respond is you can just force your worldview over top of everything. You can just force it, whether it works or it doesn't. You can just believe delusion, believe untruths. And that works. Because if you do it well enough, if you just force your framework over the existing framework well enough, there will be people who don't know the difference. Because there will be people who maybe aren't hurt at the same frequency, but within a resonance of your hurt, and they will recognize you for your hurt, and they will recognize that you have answers that they lack, or at least that they resonate with. And for anybody who needs a push to start their channel today, that resonance is where the money's at. Survivorship bias, yeah, I'm not trying. I don't know that I know exactly what a survivorship bias is, but if I had to imagine from the terms, um, I survived this, so I know everything about it, is how I would imagine survivor bias. And I think a lot of people come out of education with that. I survived education, so now I know everything about human life. I could be wrong, but that might be what I'm talking about. If it has a name already, then I should know the name. I'm just kind of working my way through an intuition. Because I don't think I'm trying to say that anybody is a bad person. Jem Mars is wrong. And there are a lot of people who buy Jem Mars's books and attend Jem Mars's lectures and tune in to Jem Mars on the History Channel, for example. And I don't think those are bad people, right? I think that they've all survived up until the point that they have in their lives, and that the particular conspiracy or conspiracies as a genre of imaginative fiction are something that speaks maybe to their survivorship, maybe to the things that they have survived. Maybe. I know that a lot of people will argue that um, conspiracy theories as a genre of imaginative fiction are just that. A lot of people will argue, well, I like conspiracies because they're like mysteries. They give me a way to test my critical thinking. I do. I don't believe most of the people who say it, but I'll tune in. Like, the History Channel is usually on in the bar and Pizza Cottage. Not a knock on Pizza Cottage. Not even a commentary on. Not even a commentary on the people who hang out on the bar. That's very few people. And like, I'll watch these things where they'll be like, they'll show me some ancient site, and they'll be like, oh, but it was probably made with laser technology, or I bet you this fell out of the sky from an alien's brain. And I don't think the people who are watching that material, by and large, I genuinely don't think the people who are making sure they have their History Channel subscription up to date and they know how the app works, I don't think those people are testing their critical thinking. I think those people think that they're being educated. And I think that maybe because of their survivor bias, the survivorship bias, right? Maybe because of the particular methods that with which they survived high school. For example, they think that the information they're learning is um, a valid alternative to open questions. Yes. Okay. I know exactly what you're talking about. That engineer who sat down and looked at all of the data of the airplanes. And no matter where they were putting armor, they were putting armor on the wings, and they were trying to figure out what is killing these airplanes, what is destroying these airplanes. And it turned out that um, the major hole in their engineering thinking was that they were only studying the planes that made it back. You were only studying the survivors. Yeah. And so I might only be noticing the people who, there's a very real chance that I only know anything about the people who make it into the mainstream, out into the public. Totally. If that's what you're saying, that I might only be examining the surviving thoughts, the conspiracies, and the people who push them that survive to be studied. Totally. I said I don't have anything to think about, and so I'm just lying here and filling the air until either noon or Rachie comes back, one or the other, or somebody wants to try to poke a hole in what I'm saying. It's entirely possible. I don't even remember what I was talking about, to be honest with you. It's entirely possible I'm wrong, but I do know what you're talking about now. Yeah, the airplanes that made it back. I can see the spread of the bullets. And what they do is protect the fuselage. Because it turned out if the engine was blowed up, then the plane didn't come back for them to be able to repair. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I said I knew what you're talking about, and I think I got the end of it right. I think I got what they did. I think I remember. because that also break down, that also, I learned about that from the Pareto principle, where it broke down into an 80-20 situation, where like 80% of the bullets went into the wings and 20% went into the fuselage. And I don't remember specifically how that guy was playing with the numbers. It became numbers magic, and I just listened and let it wash off my brain. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, and it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible that I'm only noticing the most steel-manned arguments and the most steel-manned thinkers, or the most straw-manned thinkers, for that matter. I was just trying to take shots directly at Jim Mars, by the way, just so strays, so nobody passing by took strays. And any of you guys who don't believe, I'm not saying you're a stupid person by any means. I just, Jim Mars, the way he lives, I find baffling. I find it to be an embarrassment. I find it to be a revelation of how he uses his earnings and how great they really are. Because I feel like quality, like the cream rises to the top, right? So like, I feel like I feel like people like Tom Holland should be making enough money. Tom Holland, the actor, not, or sorry, Tom Holland, the historian, not the actor. I think that their books are good enough that they should be making enough money from their books and from their appearances and from their documentary appearances. I guess what I meant to say was their engagements and their appearances, that they should be living well enough that when they like greet you from their home, you should be like, "That's a nice home. Well done for yourself, sir." Right? When I was in high school, I saw some documentary that had Jim Mars, and he comes walking out of this fucking RV, and I was just like, no. Whatever road leads that way, as an author and a person who's cited for a documentary, no, not for me. Not for me. I don't understand. I don't understand how other people look at it and go, yeah. This guy's a credible source of information. I know they overlook it. They overlook it because they think they're supposed to, which is funny that they don't for me. And so it's just the whole thing. I just find all of it baffling from the outside looking in, because I've always had an interest, clearly, but I always did it to test what other people were talking about against what I was learning, and what I was asked, how do I know what I know, right? Well, how do I know what I know? Okay, well, I know, for example, that I can trust the scientific consensus more frequently than I can test the alternative hypotheses, because the alternative hypotheses come from people who lack the rigor to test them. And I can at least trust that in 50 years, science will have tested the things that I'm bitching about them not testing right now. It's a slow process, but the things that we were upset about them not testing 50 years ago, they're testing now. So just trust that that process will continue, because the people who demonstrate excellence are the people who are getting money, they're the ones getting funding. I think that's a way of making sense of the world that makes sense for me. I'm not seeking approval. I'm just stoned, talking until my voice hurts, which is going to be soon. Or Rachie shows up. Correct. Correct. Eggs, yeah. People who only engage with the people who will donate. And yeah, ignoring the people who are passing by. Yeah. Hi, friend. Yeah. Because I was talking earlier in the chat about that. About how I could do that. I could engage in that way. And I, whether you're responding to this or not, I'm just thinking about something I said earlier and how it pairs with what you're saying, how it plays against it. I was talking about how um, I think people are used to being unseen. And so maybe they only have the emotional or intellectual data of the people who react to them, and those people tend to be people who aren't temperamentally suited for this kind of work. And always thank you for expounding on your thoughts. Especially if I get you wrong. The best I can do is try to parse out what I think you might be talking about based on my recency bias of what I've said, what I can remember. What have I said recently that fits on that? And so if I'm wrong, I love it when you guys expound. Yeah, it's cold today, yeah. But I'm also not wearing clothes. I'm not wearing pants. I could be wearing warmer pants and I could have my lower half and more in my sleeping bag. But I'm just kind of enjoying the partial numbness of my toes, frankly. I am enjoying it. I know that sounds weird. Like, who would do that? I am doing it. I'm very much enjoying this fuzzy pillow, and I can't go back to sleep because I got 8 hours of sleep. Mm. Hi, Leslie. How are you this morning? Mm. You slept in this morning? I didn't sleep in, but I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you got rest. Probably it cut into your day and it made you feel less good about yourself, and you're like, oh no, I'm less good of a person because sleeping longer than I was supposed to. I'm going to be late for work and all that. But sleeping in means that your body needed it for whatever reason, and your body knows. So I'm happy for you that you were able to sleep in this morning. Because it turns out you're not going to be late for your grave. And if your body wanted a few more Z's and you gave it a few more Z's, I'm all about it. I don't do it for myself often enough, so I'm happy when you guys do. It's always better. This is neurology and longevity science. It is always better to wake up when your body wakes up than when an alarm tells you to. Yeah, you feel like shit when you fall asleep on the couch even though you know your body needs it. Yeah. Because we have this Protestant Germano-Prussian work for work's sake ethic, because the Germano-Prussian Habsburgian way of life was to force people to work or not give them food. And so if you were sleeping when there was work to be done, you didn't get to eat. And we've just maintained that with a guilt society here in the US, because a lot of our early immigrants were Germano-Prussians. And then since the industrial era, many of our immigrants were Germano-Prussian. a huge number of people immigrated to this country to escape Habsburgian rule. Stretching, give me just a second. I'll come back to on the camera in a minute. I've got this injury, and I'm doing my absolute best to manage it as it just completely discorporates my genitals. I haven't had a bed that was soft enough that I could lie on my belly since I hurt myself. That's what I was trying to explain to that fucking doctor. I don't have transportation. I can't afford an Uber. Because of the cascading nature, it's going to climb past my asshole and it's going to shred all the way up to the head of my dick. I don't have the money for anything soft like that. The hospital's not going to provide it. And I can't afford to not work, not walk for 6 weeks. 6 weeks? Sorry, Vito. That, Vito, you just got to turn it off, buddy. You got to learn to just turn it off. You got to go through a routine of just shutting down. You got to be able to just turn it off. Hi, Skylar. Thank you. It's difficult because it's easier, Vito. It's easier to not turn it off and to be able to blame the guilt than to just do the difficult thing, right? There's a certain amount of satisfaction that comes with being able to say, well, I'm not going to do a good job at the thing that I'm worried about not doing a good job tomorrow because I set myself up for failure in this moment. You're very stupid, Sanjay. First of all, I don't have a baby. Second, you didn't even donate me 500,000 seconds. To say nothing of money. Why? There will be, yes, more horse. Every day. Hmm. Some they do and some they don't. And some you just can't tell, he says. Some they will and some they won't. And some it's just as well. Her dad eggs. Thanks, buddy. I'm not trying to brag, but this is so nice. I am technically nursing a serious injury. Now that the day's warmed up just a little bit, the wind is picking up. It's nice. To just have nowhere to be. No one who particularly wants anything from me. I don't owe anyone anything today. And it's after 11 o'clock. As soon as I feel like putting on pants, I can go get something to eat, and we can start talking about playing Final Fantasy X until 8 p.m. But with the combination of my throat and my pelvis hurting like it does, today feels like a sick day. Hey, Rachie. I was just talking about you. Eric's turboed. You're pumped? Nah, man. I'm kind of just enjoying keeping my energy low right now. Yeah, I don't know. Thanks. I was just talking about you, Rich. Yeah, it's chilly today, Les. Yes, Roger. That's what I am. Aaron was here for a minute. I told her to I told her to get up with you in the Discord. I think that's what she went to do, was get on Discord. I told her that you girls, you and her and Misty and RPP and Tammy, and I'm sure there's somebody I'm forgetting, and forgive me, are gonna start a podcast. You're about to go scorched earth, buddy? That doesn't sound good. Which? Which what? Which? You're not gonna follow me to Final Fantasy X too? Final Fantasy X is what I've been playing. You want to see and read? Okay, buddy. Okay. Yeah? What's your goal? Yeah, I'm going to do 10.2 next. We're probably going to be in 10.2 by Wednesday. We might be on it tomorrow. Okay, buddy. Get it. I believe in you. I'm still kind of just napping off the morning. I miss you too, H.E. Is that so, Lazarus? The back rooms. I don't know how you would execute that, Eric. Oh yeah, heck yeah, Eric. Are you gonna do the thing? Show the strats. Yeah, do that. That's something I'm not gonna do. My channel's not for that stuff. Mm-hmm. Total siesta vibes. Do it, Eric. I am fully in support of that. I'm not going to fall asleep, but I am relaxed, and that sunbeam is coming out. And it's starting to warm up again. Just relaxing through one of the last cold days of the year. I don't know why Tom is trying to bring everybody down in this way, but thank you, Tom. I don't know why you gotta be such a fucking bummer. Talking about some dead Mexican. Doing just fine, Hunter. How are you, buddy? Glad to hear you're doing well, buddy. Yeah, I rested just fine, Hunter. Yeah, how dare he ask how my day's going, Smokey? What a dickhead. We should all be more like Smokey. He seems to know. Seems to have it all figured out. Tell me more about how I'm a piece of shit, Smokes. Tell me more about how you're God's gift to live streaming. Please tell me more. You're not tedious. Please tell me more about your micro penis. Yeah. I know I'm a piece of shit, Smokey. You're so much better than all of us. The 23rd? That's cute, Rach.